The Senate will come to order. Chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our shelter and shield, today we remember 9/11. As we recall the tragedy, infamy, and heroism of that day, we better understand that freedom isn't free. We remember how the pain united us in these challenging times to work for the well-being of all people. Lord, we're grateful for the protection you have provided us for the 23. We continue to trust you to be our refuge for the future. Choose our lawmakers as instruments of your peace. We pray in your majestic name. Amen.
On this solemn day, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., September 11, 2024. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable John W. Hickenlooper, a senator from the state of Colorado, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Is not in a quorum call. Senator is recognized.
23 years ago today, forces of evil brought their war on the United States to American soil. They filled a clear blue sky with smoke, fire, and the shattered lives of 2,977 innocent people. Before the dust had settled, the world witnessed the extraordinary heroism of first responders, the compassion of neighbors and volunteers, and the will of a proud nation not to let this savagery go unanswered. The terrorists had started this war, but America resolved to finish it. At times, that resolve has wavered. I've counseled administrations of both parties not to shortchange, hamstring, or abandon our fight against the terrorists or let up on the adversaries who support them. I've urged colleagues in Congress not to make the job of the warfighter harder by taking essential counterterrorism authorities off the table. And I'll continue to do so as our colleague one will take in less than 2 years to further extend this vital intelligence collection authority. The Biden-Harris administration pretends the war on terrorism is over. The Vice President herself claimed last night that, quote, there's not one member of the United States military who's in active duty in a combat zone for the first time this century. Well, Mr. President, this would, of course, be news to U.S. service members who conducted operations against ISIS in Iraq last week, and to the sailors intercepting Houthi rockets in the Red Sea, and to the families of service members killed and injured in the attack on Tower 22 near Jordan's border with Syria earlier this year. Our current commander-in-chief and the Biden-Harris administration are not the first to chase the tail of shutting down terrorist detention at Guantanamo Bay. They're not the first to indulge in the idea of a pivot away from a region full of important U.S. interests. And they're not the first to suggest that America gets to decide unilaterally when threats from Afghanistan end. But they were the ones who followed through with the disastrous retreat that torched American credibility and left 13 service members dead. The administration pinned its hopes on a mistaken idea that because the U.S.-led coalition had made tremendous progress in keeping terrorist threats under control, we could continue to do so from over the horizon. So how's that going? Despite assurances from the Secretary of Defense that over-the-horizon operations would not suffer from a lack of human intelligence after the U.S. withdrawal, the administration hasn't conducted a single strike, not one, for the Abbey Gate bombing, among other atrocities, since 2001. Of course, that's not because the terrorists have been quiet. In fact, by one analysis this year, ISIS-K planned 21 external plots or attacks in 9 countries in the previous 3 between 2018 and the spring of 2022. The ODNI annual threat in conducting attacks against U.S. persons, allies, and interests worldwide. And indeed, America's retreat from Afghanistan has invited violence elsewhere, from the resurgence of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, to the AQAP in Yemen, to al-Qaeda affiliates across the Sahel. And then there's Hamas, and Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and Iraq terrorist groups, all of whom have been terror Iran. Hamas' attack on October 7th is described as Israel's September the 11th. Relative to population, it was actually September the 11th 15 times over. It was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and it wouldn't have been possible without the involvement of Tehran. The chaos stemming from this genocidal assault and the violent choreography by the IRGC of attacks on Israel and U.S. interests across the region is evidence of the failure of this administration's passive, accommodating approach to Iran and the terrorist proxies. America's weakness and hesitation will not deter our adversaries. Withholding critical assistance from partners on the front lines will not defeat them. This is true in Israel just as it's true in Ukraine. And there is doubt that allies, partners, and adversaries in Asia and elsewhere are watching a tentative America pull its punches. They're questioning our resolve and our commitment to our friends. If we're unwilling to change Iran's calculus and compel an end to attacks on American forces in Iraq and Syria or international vessels on the high seas, and if we're unwilling to stand with partners like Israel or Ukraine, can we be trusted to stand up to the PRC? 23 years ago, a dangerous world struck America here at home. We must not wait for today's threats to do the same. On another matter, since President Biden took office, consumer prices have increased more than 20%. That's the hard truth of the monthly inflation report, and it's worth remembering where it came from. Vice President Harris has said, quote, "We're very proud of Bidenomics." Well, she should be. After all, it was the Vice President herself whose votes here in the Senate helped send our economy into a historic inflationary spiral. Back in March 2021, she cast a tie-breaking vote on the motion to proceed to the so-called American Rescue Plan Reduction Act. Sure enough, she tells it, through all of our work, President Biden and I are building an economy that works for working people. But does it really? Does it really work for working people? If you ask some of the folks I talked to last month, you'd likely hear a different story. 2 years on, high prices in the wake of the Inflation Reduction Act are still forcing working Americans to make tough choices. A mother in North Carolina told a reporter recently, "Sometimes I have to choose whether I'm going to pay the light bill or pay all the rent or buy food or not let my son do a sport." Surging prices are especially challenging for seniors on a fixed income. One Pennsylvania retiree observed recently that she was, quote, down to eating ramen for lunch, which I never ate in my life. Since I don't know when, I can't afford it. This, Mr. President, is the economy that Vice President Harris has said is working for working people. This is Bidenomics in action. Proud of a new name. I suggest have some quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Republican Whip?
Mr. President, Senate and quorum call.
Yes, sir.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge what today is. 23 years ago, terrorists flew planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. In 23 years since, a heroic group of Americans prevented even greater tragedy by bringing down a fourth hijacked plane before it could crash into another target. As on every September 11th since that black day, we remember the heroes who rose up at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and in that bare field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And we mourn all those who were lost. My prayers, as always, are with the families of all those who still grieve their fallen loved ones, and with all those whose calling is to respond to danger and stand between us and terror. Mr. President, there's been a dizzying amount of change in the Democrat Party over the past couple of months. First, and obviously, there was the replacement of President Biden with Kamala Harris on the ticket. Democrat voters who had gone to the polls in the primaries and cast a vote for President Biden were informed that, in fact, the delegates that they had chosen would be supporting Vice President Harris instead. That was a big change, Mr. President, but not the only one. There's also the new Democrat nominee's attempt to reinvent herself. It began 5 short years ago, since Kamala Harris was running for president in the Democrat primary, as a leftist. She endorsed, among other things, a ban on fracking, taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgeries for detained immigrants, decriminalizing drug possession, decriminalizing illegal border crossings, mandatory buyback of certain guns, and I could go on. Of course, none of that was a big surprise, Mr. President. After all, then Senator Harris, a supporter of a government takeover of health care and the budget-busting Green New Deal, regularly made lists of most liberal senators. But what is surprising, Mr. President, is the apparent 180-degree flip that she's made in the past, well, let's say 7 weeks or so in this campaign. She opposed a border wall. Now she apparently supports one. She supported a ban on fracking. Well, now she opposes one. She supported Medicare for All, the federal takeover of health care, and now says she won't push for it if she's president. She supported mandatory gun buybacks. Now she won't push for them. She supported an electric vehicle mandate, and now apparently she doesn't. And Mr. President, I could go on that list. It's amazing what a brief 7 weeks or so can do. Or perhaps I should say it's amazing what getting nominated for president can do. But it seems that despite her apparent move to the center, progressive voters should not be alarmed. A far-left compatriot of the vice president's, the senior senator from Vermont, whose Medicare for All government health care takeover she co-sponsored, was asked on Meet the Press last weekend whether he thought Vice President Harris was abandoning her progressive ideals. No, he answered. I don't think she's abandoning her ideals. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election. Well, nothing like saying the quiet part out loud, Mr. President. I suspect he's right, and I suspect that one of the Senate's most liberal senators would quickly become one of the nation's most liberal presidents. And I think it's fair to say we've gotten a taste over the last 4 years of what government with Kamala Harris looks like. And so far, it mostly looks like a historic inflation crisis, a raging border crisis, and uncertainty on the global stage. And when I say the past 4 years have looked like a historic inflation crisis and a raging border crisis, I do mean the past 4 years. Inflation started spiking within 2 months of President Biden and Vice President Harris taking office, thanks in large part to Democrats' American Rescue Plan spending spree, a spending spree, I might add, for which Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote. And almost 4 years later, inflation is still above the Federal Reserve's target inflation rate. Americans are now paying a staggering $13,000 more a year just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed when President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. $13,000. Vice President Harris recently said in her speech at the Democrat National Convention that her administration would work on lowering the cost of everyday needs like groceries. Well, Mr. President, why hasn't she tried that already? She's not an outsider coming into office. She's been in office for the past 4 years. If there was something she thought she could do to bring down prices, why hasn't she done it already? And Mr. President, Democrats' nearly 4-year inflation crisis has been matched by the Biden-Harris border crisis. Border numbers started spiking almost immediately after President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, after they sent the message on day one that border security was at the bottom of their priority list. And the ensuing crisis has raged for almost the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration until fears of losing re-election prompted President Biden to at least take some too little too late action this summer. Mr. President, I could go on and talk about the Biden-Harris administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan or the deep uncertainty on the world stage that has characterized their tenure. Because I'll also talk about the ways that they are putting us on track for an energy crisis. But I'll stop here. Suffice it to say that after the past 4 years, no one has to wonder what Democrat governance would look like. And I hope our country and American families will be spared another 4 years of it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Yes, the Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I watched the debate last night. It was memorable. It was not a good evening for the former President of the United States. I've had more than one person tell me that the people they were watching with laughed out loud when he started his rant about immigrants, that the former President, Donald Trump, when it comes to the issue of immigration, is unhinged. You never know what he's going to say next. But I think that Vice President Kamala Harris made it clear in her explanation that it was within the grasp and power of former President Donald Trump to do something about the border crisis and the immigration crisis. And he not only failed, he designed a strategy to sabotage efforts on a bipartisan basis to do something. Specifically, I can recall, and you can as well, that we were told that there was a bipartisan effort underway to write a border bill. Senator Lankford, a conservative Republican from the state of Oklahoma, joined with Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, a Democrat, and put together months of effort to put together such a bill. We were told, hands off, step away, let them do this, let them put something on the floor that is meaningful and is bipartisan, has a chance of passage, both the Senate and the House. We were underway, and such a piece of legislation was constructed. But what happened at the last minute? At the last minute, Donald Trump very publicly stepped forward and said, I want to stop this bill from passing. I want the bipartisan bill not to pass. And you can blame it on me, he said. You can blame it on me. He stopped the bipartisan effort to pass a bill that would have been helpful in the border and reducing the number of people who've been coming across that border. The Border Patrol Agency, men and women who risk their lives every day in service of this country on the border, endorsed this bipartisan bill. It was an indication that we finally, after 30 years of trying, may be on the right track when it comes to immigration, at least when it comes to the border crisis. And who stopped it? Donald Trump stopped the immigration reform bill, the bipartisan effort, and publicly admitted it and took credit for it. You didn't hear that last night, did you? No. A lot of complaint about the immigration issue and the border, but the simple reality is this. that President Trump single-handedly, personally threatened those who were going to vote for such a bill. If I remember, only 7 Republicans finally did. I wish more had. It wasn't a bill I would have written, but I was prepared to accept it as a final effort for a bipartisan compromise. So I would say those who watch the debate and want to raise the issue of immigration still have to answer why Donald Trump stopped the only bipartisan effort in recent memory in the United States Senate. Mr. President, today marks the 23rd year since one of the darkest days in our country's history, the attacks of September 11th, 2001. I can vividly recall that day. I was in this building just a few feet away in a room for a morning meeting. We happened to notice on the television set that was being played in the room there was some news about a tower, a tall building in New York being struck by an airplane. We didn't know much more about it. Then the second plane went into an adjoining tower, and we knew that something was wrong, dreadfully wrong. Then we looked out on the mall, down the mall from the Capitol building, and saw black billowing smoke coming from the Pentagon. That image is seared into my mind, and that day will forever be imprinted on our nation's collective memory. 23 years after that devastating day, we still mourn the 2,977 innocent lives lost at the World Trade Center in New York, the Pentagon in Virginia, and a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. That includes 343 heroic members of the New York City Fire Department, 71 law enforcement officers who died at World Trade Center, and 55 military personnel who died in the Pentagon. Last weekend, 60 Minutes television show rebroadcast the show on the fire department heroes from the city of New York. There were personal interviews of men who were at the scene and watched their comrades, dedicated firefighters. It is a heartbreaking episode and one every American should see if you want to know what heroism looks like. It was an extraordinary effort by all involved and many others who weren't part of that program. We continue to reflect on how these acts of pure evil forever altered our sense of security and safety, and how we must remain faithful to the Constitution while protecting the American people. Mr. President, on a separate topic, we are 3 weeks away from our annual deadline to fund the government, one of the most essential tasks in Congress. It is hard to imagine, just weeks before the presidential election, that the Republican Speaker of the House would risk a government shutdown and really guarantee an image of chaos in his service to this country. Here in the Senate, under the leadership of Appropriations Committee Chair Patty Murray of Washington and Ranking Member Susan Collins, Republican of Maine, we passed 11 out of the 12 spending bills out of the committee on a bipartisan basis. We are doing our jobs in the Senate. But unfortunately, recent history is repeating itself in the House under the leadership of Speaker Johnson. Instead of coming to the negotiating table with their Democratic colleagues, the only way to pass meaningful legislation in a divided Congress, or following the budget deal signed into law last year, they've been crafting partisan bills full of cuts and poison pills. And now, rather than take the Senate's lead in prioritizing responsible funding, a bill that actually can become law, House Republicans are once again trying to delay long-term funding agreements at the expense of the American people. House Republicans introduced a continuing resolution to push our job to fund the government until March of next year, 6-month delay from our annual deadline on September 30th. As if this wasn't already a blow to our nation, which relies on critical programs that depend on this funding, the Speaker is once again hitching his already misguided government funding wagon to an outrageous and partisan provision. This time it's the so-called SAVE Act. The so-called Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, would make it more difficult for American citizens to register to vote and would inevitably lead to eligible registered voters being purged from the voter rolls. Two things. First, it is already against the law in every state in the nation for non-citizens to vote. Second, non-citizens rarely, if ever, vote. In the extreme rare scenario when a non-citizen votes, listen to this, that individual can be federally prosecuted and sentenced for up to 5 years in prison. 5 years for a non-citizen voting. Put simply, there is no need for additional criminal penalties to deter non-citizen voting. The reality is that the SAVE Act would create problem barriers for American citizens who are legally eligible to vote. Instead, we should be working together on bipartisan legislation to address real threats to our election, such as AI technologies that can be used to spread disinformation to voters. The American people are tired of partisan bickering. They want us to do our job on a bipartisan basis. I encourage Speaker Johnson and House Republicans, put politics aside. Like the Senate, take your duty seriously to fund the government and avoid unnecessary and damaging shutdown. To the Speaker, like it or not, this requires working with the other side of the aisle to find common ground. The American people expect it of us. Let's get it done. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming,
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to discuss the need to get our nation and our economy back on track. We learned this morning the new numbers have come out on inflation. Prices are higher today than they were the day that the Biden-Harris administration took over by over 20%. I hear about it in Wyoming every weekend, heard about it this past weekend, how high prices have become and the crushing effect that that's had on families in my state in Wyoming and all around the country. This has been going on now for over 3 years. Prices have continued to go up. And this crisis of high prices has been cumulative. The impact on families, cumulative. And it is regrettably causing very hard choices for families to make. It shouldn't be this way. Here's a recent headline from CBS News. It said, more Americans are having to choose between food and energy bills. Clearly, this is a reflection on the Biden-Harris administration. Now, one of those folks that talked about that, and the quote is from Stacey Friedman. Ms. Friedman says her energy bills each month cost her hundreds of dollars. As she told CBS News, sometimes I have to choose, she says, whether I'm going to pay the light bill or pay all the rent or buy food or not let my son participate in a sport. That's what's happened under the Biden-Harris administration. The impact of the high prices caused by the massive amounts of government spending passed without a single Republican vote that stimulated an amount of increase in prices, the highest in 40 years. Ms. Friedman's story is sadly all too common. Many Americans are feeling the high cost and the high anxiety related to the high cost of goods and services in their lives. Nearly 4 out of 10, 2 out of 5 Americans say they worry about their ability to pay their own bills. Since 2019, utilities cost the average American almost $300 more each month. Not $300 a month, $300 more each month than what they were paying before. These are the costly and cumulative consequences of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's war on affordable and reliable American energy. Mr. President, you ask people anywhere around the country, they know that this is an administration who has strongly come out against American energy. They froze federal oil and gas leases. They discouraged new energy production. They issued regulations to ban gas-powered vehicles, the kind of vehicles most Americans drive. So it's not a surprise that high energy prices continue to bother and cause pain for American families. Month after month, year after year, Americans watch their costs go up and regrettably see their savings, if they have savings, go down. The Biden-Harris administration has offered no solutions to our nation's cost of living crisis. Democrats instead tell the American people, don't believe the price tags at the grocery stores or the price at the gas pump. They want you to believe everything is okay. Americans know that isn't so. You know, we learned last month that the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is supposed to keep accurate unemployment data, well, they reported faulty numbers. 1 million jobs touted by the Biden-Harris administration do not actually exist. They never existed. They never were created. Yet the Biden-Harris administration claimed credit for jobs that do not exist. Meanwhile, we've had 2 straight months where job growth was lower than expected. America today has fewer manufacturing jobs than we did last year. In Michigan, auto workers are getting laid off. Last month, the car maker Stellantis announced plans to lay off more than 2,000 American workers from its plants in Detroit. This is the same car maker that received hundreds of millions of dollars in subsidies, a tidal wave of electric vehicle grants from the Biden-Harris administration. And they're laying off people. Take the money from the government, from the Biden administration, from the Harris administration, and lay off workers. It's no surprise that last night in the debate, Kamala Harris couldn't even answer the first question when they're asked, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Are the American people better off now than they were 4 years ago? She could not defend herself, could not say yes, because people are not better off now than they were 4 years ago. These recent layoffs, they come as they switch their assembly lines from gas-powered vehicles to electric vehicles. Thousands of American workers soon be put in the unemployment line as a result of what Harris and Biden and the Democrats are continuing to promote. Democrat regulations, Democrat rhetoric, a rhetoric of impending climate doom are crushing American jobs. It's no wonder that Biden and Harris are now running from their record, and it is a record of ruin for the economy. Their flip-flops, the walkbacks, the cover-ups, all too apparent. The American people know that the policies of Vice President Harris has had a chilling impact on our American economy. When then Senator Harris was rated the most liberal member of the United States Senate, Americans listened. When Vice President Harris said recently that her values had not changed, people listened again. Americans are struggling, and Biden-Harris policies and the Democrat policies are to blame. Remember how we got here. The Democrats passed trillions of dollars in reckless, radical, runaway spending. It was so unpopular, not a single Republican voted for it. It had to pass with a tie-breaking vote. Who broke the vote? Well, the Vice President of the United States comes to the Senate to cast the tie-breaking vote, and that would be Kamala Harris, now the candidate of the Democrats for President of the United States. Vice President Harris came to this chamber, sat in that chair, and cast the vote that broke the tie, that brought us record high inflation, 40-year high inflation. Americans cannot afford 4 more years of failure. Americans need a break from the damaging policies of Vice President Harris. What Harris is proposing is more wasteful Washington spending. Harris wants to raise taxes on the middle class, impose socialist-style price controls. She supports banning fracking. She supports banning gas-powered vehicles. She wants to make energy more expensive. That's how she's voted. That's what her rhetoric has been. And as she said, her values haven't changed. Vice President Harris would continue the nightmare of high prices and high taxes. Let's remember, it was different 3.5 years ago under the Trump administration. Back then, paychecks were going up, inflation was non-existent, Americans were breaking free of poverty, Americans were energy dominant. Our southern border was safe and secure. Not anymore. People want to go back to those days of American prosperity again. So it is time to turn the page from the disastrous policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Republicans will work to lower prices, to unleash American energy, and to get this nation back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thanks so much, Charlie. Mr. President, I rise today to speak in favor of the nomination of Heather Cahoon to be a member of the Board of Trustees of the Udall Foundation. Congress created the Udall Foundation in 1992 as an independent executive branch agency to honor Morris K. Udall, affectionately known as Mo, who had a terrific impact on an enduring impact on a nation's environment, and his commitment to supporting the rights of American Indians and Alaska Natives. In April of this year, President Biden nominated Ms. Cahoon, Heather Cahoon, to serve as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Udall Foundation. Ms. Cahoon is a highly qualified nominee. She has devoted her professional career to the study of federal tribal law and policy. She is an associate professor of Native American Studies at the University of Montana. At the University of Montana, she co-founded the American Indian Governance and Policy Institute, a Native-led independent think tank that provides tribal nations in Montana with in-depth research and analysis of tribal-level policies. She would be a valuable addition to the Udall Foundation Board. Over a decade ago, the Congress created the privileged nomination process to speed the confirmation of nominees to fill approximately 280 positions on boards, on commissions, including nominees to the Udall Foundation Board of Trustees. Ms. Cahoon's nomination moved to the executive calendar on May 16th, and we should have considered her nomination on the floor soon thereafter. It's disappointing to me, and I know to others, that her nomination has languished for over 16 weeks with no word of any objections from either side of the aisle. Inexplicable delays undermine the improvements we've made to Senate procedures to approve non-controversial nominees and to do so quickly. Today, I've come to the floor myself to see if we have agreement to confirm Ms. Cahoon. I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nominations en bloc. Calendar nomination 666 and 667 for Heather M. Cahoon of Montana to be a member of the Board of Trustees of the Udall Foundation for a term expiring on October 6th, 2024, and for a subsequent full 6-year term. Also, that the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the nominations to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, and that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination en bloc. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed en bloc.
Mr. President, could I have another minute or two to make some personal comments, if I could. I had the privilege of serving as governor before I came here to serve 24 years ago as a senator. And before I was a governor, I was a congressman for some 10 years. And one of the people I served with in the House of Representatives was Morris Udall, Mo Udall, who was a giant in the House and giant in the country, and a great environmentalist, but a great conservationist. And what a wonderful human being and a wonderful servant. Some people are probably saying, well, what is this Udall Foundation? The Udall family has spawned not only Mo Udall, but also our colleagues that have served here in the Senate, and one of whom, if I'm not mistaken, may still serve as our U.S. ambassador to New Zealand. And I think of them, and I think of the Udall family and what they have meant to
this country and to this body over many, many years. And so pleased to be here to put in a good word for Ms. Cahoon, and I think a well-qualified nominee, and pleased that we're able to act on that nomination today. And with that, I yield the floor. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be lifted.
We're not in a quorum call.
Great, thank you. I ask unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to my interns on their shadow days on the following dates. For Mabel Napick on September 18th, 2024. For Amelia Nason for September 25th, 2024. For Sophia Spry on November 14th. For Sophie Davenport on November 19th. For Donovan Young on the 21st of November. Max Townsend on December 4th. Karis Rohr on December 10th. Giselle Narvaez Santiago on December 12th. And Jordan Montevino on December 17, 2024.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. As you know, Madam President, today marks 23 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks on our nation. Although we are now over 2 decades removed from one of the greatest tragedies in our nation's history, the memories remain in our mind as if it had just happened yesterday. Those horrific events in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, forever changed national security in the United States of America. It also changed many of our families, our fellow Americans' families. Our nation banded together, and we supported one another, and we rebuilt and recovered. But we will never forget. Many of us were here on that day. I was here in Washington, D.C., in my office building on the House side. I certainly will never forget that awful and tragic day. Madam President, I rise today to talk about another topic, or a few topics for that matter, and that is the many issues that I heard from my constituents back home during my visits across West Virginia, from Weirton to Morgantown to Parsons to Ranson to Huntington and all other points in between in West Virginia. As you and many of our colleagues did, I spent the last 5 weeks traveling every corner of my state, touring businesses, celebrating wins for our state, and meeting with local leaders, business owners, and constituents. But most importantly, this was a time for me to hear about the issues that are directly impacting them, the solutions that are working for them, and also the challenges that they face. And I heard a lot, but the common themes I heard over and over again: number one, inflation, the border crisis, crime across our country, the chaos that we are witnessing abroad, and our country's weakness on the world stage, workforce shortages, I heard that everywhere I went, and the inadequacy of permitting, we're an energy state, and the concerns, many concerns in our agriculture communities. Many West Virginians I spoke with feel that the current administration's agenda is just not working for them. And I can see why. So let's take a look at this. Well, we can start with what's top of mind for folks all across the country, and that is the rising costs of goods and services. Every day, men and women go to work, take their kids to school, expecting the predictability that filling up their car will cost a certain amount, that their trip to the grocery store will be in the same range. But what do they find? Well, thanks to inflation fueled in part by excessive government spending to the tune of trillions of dollars, because of this administration, Americans are paying higher prices for many things that they cannot do without. West Virginians are spending an average of $880 more a month on food, shelter, and energy prices than they were before the Biden-Harris administration began. Over the past year, consumer prices have risen 3%. We know that's not so much. But since 2021, they have increased over 20% between the time President Biden and Vice President Harris came into office. So if you're saving up now to buy a new or a used car, and you keep saving, you got to keep saving, because it just costs more. Headed out to the grocery store? Prepare to see a larger number at the bottom of your receipt, thanks to this administration. West Virginians are spending an average of $103 more per month on food. Making your monthly rent payment or your mortgage payment, if it seems to be higher than it was last year, that's because it is. The national median rent is up 22% since President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. To add to that, mortgage rates have skyrocketed. Overall, a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is at an average of almost 6.5%. In my state, the average is 6.6%. They were in the upper 2s, early 3s just a year ago. Small businesses are suffering. For example, the construction industry is very busy in West Virginia. More companies and people want to come to our state. The high cost of operating businesses with already slim margins is much, much higher. Contractors working under constraints of already very slim margins are acutely feeling these failed economic policies. They're paying for more goods and services. They're putting more gas into their tank. They're having to wait longer and longer because the supply chain is disrupted. The numbers just don't lie, and I heard it frequently all around the state, that the savings many people have worked so hard for, whether they want to save up for a vacation, save up for a bigger and better place to live, or to afford to send their children to college, that the savings that they worked hard for, that they sacrificed to accumulate, are dwindling right in front of their eyes due to the skyrocketing costs of living during the last 3.5 years. Another issue I heard about is the workforce shortage. When I attended the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce Business Summit, this topic came up again and again and again, but also particularly for one of my manufacturers in the southern part of my state. Specifically, this manufacturer was trying to set up an apprenticeship program so they could have a pipeline of a workforce, start with high school seniors, put them in the apprenticeship program, and then they would come and work at the manufacturer. Specifically, they'd been trying to set this up, but the U.S. Department of Labor, under this Biden-Harris administration, threw a wrench in their plans and slowed the process down. The bureaucracy that the company has faced during the process hindered their ability to follow through with this apprenticeship program. The 21st century economy requires innovative approaches to workforce development and education, and apprenticeships are one way to do that, but you have to do it the way the administration wants. You can't tailor it for your own, not just business, but also where do you live, would demand different kinds of apprenticeship opportunities. They can help, businesses can help advance job training and employment opportunities, or something that I think I would be very supportive of to try to keep that workforce busy, not just busy, but also increasing their capabilities. There are policies to employ and regulations to cut that would improve our economic standing, but instead, the economic policies of the Biden-Harris administration have severely jeopardized the American dream for millions of Americans. The border crisis is another issue that came up repeatedly during my visits back home. You might ask yourself, well, West Virginia isn't a border state, so why do West Virginians really care about the crisis at the southern border? West Virginians care about this because it impacts directly into our state and into other, beyond other border states. Under the Biden-Harris administration, every state is a border state. So let's take the opioid crisis as an example. Deadly drugs, fentanyl in particular, continue to flow across our southern border, making their way into our communities. The overdose crisis has taken thousands of lives of sons and daughters, mothers and fathers. And as someone who represents a state that is one of the hardest hit states, I have begged the Biden-Harris administration to do something different, or better yet, just do something to stop this. But they have proven from day one that they have no genuine interest in closing our southern border or closing down the trafficking of all of the drugs. When you have all these people, you have to devote your manpower to the people that are coming across, and the drugs slip in. Crime's another topic that came up frequently during my travels. West Virginians can see what's happening across our country, and it's no wonder they're alarmed. Democrats have championed a soft-on-crime agenda that has contributed to some soaring crime rates. According to the Major Cities Chiefs Association, when compared to mid-year 2019, pre-pandemic levels, homicides are up nearly 26%, and aggravated assaults are up 23% in the United States. This is not just acceptable, it's terrifying. We see it here in the city streets of Washington. Repeated calls from the Democrats to defund the police, for open borders, defund ICE, and reduced sentencing or bail requirements has led to a crime increase so overwhelming that Americans' fear regarding crime in their communities is at an all-time 50-year high. They're afraid. We're afraid. Though President Biden and Vice President Harris bill responsibility here, in many ways, they're following the direction of their party. We've seen a lack of leadership from the White House and an overly politicized Department of Justice and district attorneys who refuse to prosecute crimes. The Biden administration has insisted on nominating radical, soft-on-crime advocates to our federal judgeships. And with this utter disregard for law and order is concerning. It's just another trend for this administration. Then there's the chaos unfolding around the world. A constituent recently told me, and I quote, "It's now obvious on the world stage, especially to our enemies, that we have an extremely weak commander-in-chief for the first time in my life, and I'm 74 years old. I don't go to bed feeling that I will be sure when I wake up in the morning, that I will be safe when I wake up in the morning." The indecision and ill-advised policies of the Biden-Harris administration have signaled unreliability to our allies and weakness to those who would do a harm. We are living in a time when our nation faces the most dangerous global threats that we have in decades. But there's been wavering support during these tumultuous times from this administration. Whether it's the display of weakness on our withdrawal from Afghanistan, or how the Biden-Harris administration has basically slow-walked the ability for Ukraine to actually maximize the help that we've given them and other nations have given them to be able to stop the Russians, or whether it's Iran is giving its militias weapons to attack our troops, resulting in the deaths of 3 Army soldiers in Jordan and injuries to a dozen more. The response, the administration is so afraid of escalation that they only authorize minimal responses. And in the Middle East, that doesn't work. So now we see that what's going on in Israel, and that the administration is acting as if Israel's the problem. They forget about October the 7th. We've been absolutely clear-eyed that there's no moral equivalency between Hamas and Israel in this world, and it shouldn't be hard to say. Another issue I heard about, and I mentioned it in the beginning, is agriculture. We're very concerned, our agriculture communities are very concerned about our inability to pass a farm bill. Why is the leadership in this majority here in the Senate not helping our farmers get the relief they need? West Virginia farmers depend on the farm bill as they do farms all over the country, and the stability of a 5-year reauthorization. We did one-year extension. It looks like we're going to do another one. And this just really sends the wrong signals to a huge sector, but also a food security sector for our country. Senator Bozeman from Arkansas has been traveling the country, listening to farmers all over, in the ag community all over the country. I'm glad he came to West Virginia to hear, but our farmers are worried about dumping of products from other countries and their ability as smaller farms to be able to exist. So we did have some positives that went on over the last several years, or the last several months. In August, I traveled to, met with the mayors in Charlestown and Harpers Ferry about some of their funding needs and wastewater, dedicated the new Heritage Center in Wheeling, and then received updates on a major water system in Weirton. These are just a few examples of where I listened to their needs and was able to help them through congressional directed spending solve some of their problems. There's certainly concerns on folks' minds, but exciting things are happening in our state, and the spirit was powerfully felt at the Business Summit. I was very pleased to bring the Canadian ambassador as my guest to talk about the over $2 billion of West Virginia products that Canada buys and how trade is so very important. I went to see where we're going to complete Corridor H, hopefully, and fix that Market Street Bridge in the Northern Panhandle. But, you know, I was really pleased to go to Marshall University and see their cybersecurity program. They're bringing up an Institute of Cybersecurity for Critical Infrastructure, and I was honored to bring the CISA director, Jen Easterly, to Huntington to see the potential for not just our security, but also for the workforce this is going to be providing the cybersecurity. So I had productive visits in our states. Always great to be out and be around and talk with folks. I talk with length with people individually or as a group. Regardless, Americans want us to do our jobs. They don't want us to do show votes. They don't want us to sit around and nominate people. They want us to get our government spending done, our national defense authorization, our farm bill, all these things on our plate. And yet we're sitting around wasting time doing votes that really don't have as big an impact on individuals as many of the things that we should be doing. It doesn't have to be this way. Americans shouldn't be forced to choose between paying rent, paying food, or filling up their gas tank. They shouldn't turn on the TV and see our southern border in chaos and our cities flooded with crime. And they shouldn't have to harbor such doubt about our international standing. So we can do this better. We can do this better, and we should. With that, I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to join my colleague from West Virginia talking about some of the important issues that we worked on over the past month. And I'm really pleased that she talked about the importance of getting a farm bill. It's just incredibly important. In my state of North Dakota, we're #1, an ag powerhouse and then also an energy powerhouse. And in the energy realm, we produce more than 1.2 million barrels of oil a day. You know, that's as much as some of the OPEC countries produce the whole country. So, and then we supply electricity to coal-fired and other sources of electricity to probably an 8-state region. So we're really an energy powerhouse, and that's a big part of our economy. But it's still, ag is #1 for us. We produce probably more than 40 different crops, as diverse as we're the #1 state for producing honey, and we produce a lot of sugar, but then we've got all the row crops, corn and soybeans and all those kind of things. We've got wheat, we've got the pulse crops. We actually have more cattle than people, millions of head of cattle. And so we're very diversified in the ag world, and needless to say, Farm Bill is incredibly important to us, and it's incredibly important to our country. When I talk about farmers and ranchers and the Farm Bill, I like to start by saying that every single American benefits every single day from our farmers and ranchers who produce the highest quality, lowest cost food supply in the world. So when we talk about good farm policy, we're talking about something that benefits every single American every single day. Americans spend less of their budget on food. They have the best food, they have the best choice, best quality, and we spend less of our budget on food than virtually any other developed country. All that's brought to us every single day by our farmers and ranchers. So I want to take a few minutes today to talk about how important it is that we get a farm bill done, and not just important for our farmers and ranchers, but as I say, for every single American. During the recent work period, I was out and I, of course, visited with farmers and ranchers across our state and, continue to get their input. But also, they really are seeing challenges out there in farm country. They don't control the weather, obviously, they don't control trade, and they don't control the price. But they have to deal with all three every year. And so as what we're seeing right now is decline in commodity prices, which is putting real pressure on farmers and ranchers across this country. And so as part of my efforts, I also convened a field hearing of the Senate Ag Appropriations Committee near Fargo, North Dakota, to discuss the future of ag research and also ag development. We're one of the leaders in precision agriculture. The technology in farming and ranching now is unbelievable. And at North Dakota State University, combined with our world-class farmers and ranchers, we're really leading that effort forward with a new concept called Grand Farm, where we are displaying on a national basis the incredible advancements in technology that are an important part of precision agriculture there. And I was pleased to be joined by colleagues on a bipartisan basis. Senator Boozman was there, as well as Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith. So bipartisan, all members of the Ag Committee with me, and we had very robust and substantive discussion about precision agriculture. But while we focused on the future of agriculture, research, and all those kind of things, we also heard from witnesses on the need to pass a farm bill and what needs to be in that farm bill in order to make sure that it works. And that means a strong commodity title. And that call for updating crop insurance and making sure we update the reference prices, meaning we update the countercyclical safety net, those two tools, crop insurance and the countercyclical safety net, that's how our farmers manage risk in a world where they don't control prices, they don't control weather, and they don't control trade, right? And so we produce food and fuel and fiber not just for this country, but for the world. And the farmers don't have any control over those things, which is why it is so important that we have the right kind of farm policy. And that is being reinforced this week by more than 300 commodity groups, farmers and ranchers coming from across the country that are here this week in support of getting this farm bill done. We're already operating under a one-year extension. So we're already 1 year past due getting a new 5-year farm bill in place. And as I say, farmers and ranchers from across the country are in here talking to policymakers about the need to get this done rather than facing yet another year-long extension. And again, the message is very, very clear. We need to update the countercyclical safety net and crop insurance. That's the heart and soul. That's how our farmers manage risk, and that's the key to getting a farm bill done. As I mentioned, economic conditions in farm country continue to worsen, and last week the farm income forecast from USDA came out, indicated that lower commodity prices, high input costs, and elevated interest rates continue to create a real challenge for our producers. For 2024, USDA is projecting net farm income, which is a broad measure of farm income, at $140 billion, which is a decrease of $6.5 billion from 2023. Adjusted for inflation, the 2024 net cash farm income projections for crops like corn, soybeans, and wheat, important not only to my state, but throughout the Midwest and beyond, represent the worst numbers that we've seen since USDA began collecting this data for the past 15 years. Now, we have the opportunity to address that through the Farm Bill, and we need to do it. We need to get it done. Senator Boozman, who's, as I mentioned, joined me in North Dakota several weeks ago, has put forward a framework for that Farm Bill, and I think it does exactly what it needs to do. It provides that support that farmers and ranchers need. Also in the House Ag Committee Chairman, G.T. Thompson, he also has moved through their full Ag Committee a bill that I think works as well. So, the framework in the Senate is there. The bill that's come out of committee in the House is there. The bill in the House needs some tweaks, but it's going the right direction. And so the reality is we're in position to get it done. But we need to come together on a bipartisan basis and address updates to the reference prices in the countercyclical safety net, as well as the updates for the crop insurance we need, which I've put in a marker bill that lays out very clearly what needs to happen. We need to come to agreement on that. And we need to get this farm bill done. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. My home of Nebraska is home to an array of people, places, and pursuits. It's home to Husker football in the College World Series, our beautiful state capitol building in Lincoln, and our world-famous zoo in Omaha. Nebraska is home to plains and prairies and cities and small towns, and to the breathtaking natural beauty of the Nebraska Sandhills. That unique beauty of the Nebraska Sandhills, where we raised our three sons, is where I began my travels last month during the August state work period. In total, I visited over 35 communities with over 100 stops, from Kimball to Blair, from Red Cloud to Norfolk. One visit especially near and dear to me was the Valentine Community Schools. Years ago, I served on the Valentine School Board, where I saw these schools up close and advocated for their improvements. The Valentine Community Schools are still doing great, educating bright kids who will go on to lead our state. Further west, I toured the Scottsbluff and Bridgeport schools. The Scottsbluff school system follows a career academy-focused curriculum, and I was impressed to see the creativity and innovation of educators that are applying that work. It's a testament to Nebraskans' dedication to progress in our local communities. Along with the schools and educators across the state, I visited healthcare facilities and the doctors and nurses and medical professionals who keep them going. When I toured CHI Health Good Samaritan in Kearney, Nebraska, I heard about their incredible life flight capabilities. Rural Americans, well, they often live hours away from the nearest hospital, and in emergencies, that can be deadly. Good Samaritan is responding to those risks by life-flighting patients all across Nebraska and even into South Dakota at times. While in central Nebraska, I visited Kearney Police Department and the Buffalo County Sheriff's Department. These two departments, they share a really unique setup in the same building where they can collaborate and use a larger range of resources. By linking together Kearney and the Buffalo County law enforcement, they're more efficient, and they do an excellent job in protecting their communities. The August work period every year brings me fresh motivation and gratitude. I saw the ways that federal legislation is creating real change in my home state. I saw progress all across Nebraska in education, in healthcare, in law enforcement, in manufacturing, in agriculture, in economic development, in countless other sectors. And most of all, I saw Nebraskans in their local communities dedicating their lives and dedicating their careers to investing in the people around them. Those are the people that I represent here in the United States Senate. And just as they are dedicated to investing in Nebraska, I am dedicated to advocating for Nebraskans. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senator from Missouri, Senator Schmidt, and I each be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, today is the 23rd anniversary of the tragic death of about 3,000 Americans at the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon, as well as in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. It's a sobering and solemn day. It's one of the occasions, the 9/11 is one of those occasions that you remember during your life because you remember where you were and what you were doing when this terrible tragedy came on the news. I remember I was on the telephone talking to my governor, and my wife said, "You need to see this." And I turned to watch the TV as the second plane hit the World Trade Center. We had no idea what was going on. But as I've often said, this day is a dividing line in our history. There's before 9/11, and then there's after 9/11. It's a reminder of our commitment as a country to carry out the promise that we made in the wake to never forget. So today we remember the first responders who ran toward the danger, the families who lost loved ones, and the commitment of the United States Armed Forces to combat terrorism around the globe each and every day. Madam President, on another matter, since the Senate gavelled out nearly 6 weeks ago, I, like the rest of my colleagues, have traveled all around our states. My state is a little bit bigger than the average state. We have 30 million people, 254 counties. I don't claim to have gone to all of them, but I tried my best to cover as much ground as I could. And of course, it's a great opportunity to get outside the bubble of Washington, D.C. And this is indeed a bubble. This is not the real world. I tell my constituents who come to Washington, D.C., I say, this is like Disneyland. It's not real. It's fascinating, it's intriguing, and important things happen here, but it's not real. What happens outside of this bubble, that's real. For example, at Memorial High School in Houston, Texas, I joined online safety experts, education leaders, advocates, parents, to discuss more ways that we can help protect our children from online threats. This includes the Kids Online Safety Act and the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, both of which passed the Senate with huge margins before we broke in August. And I hope the House will take these nonpartisan, non-controversial bills up soon. I remember thinking as I met with the principals and talked to some of the parents about what our young people are exposed to on their cell phones and online on a daily basis, and thinking, I'm glad my daughters are grown, because growing up is hard enough without being under constant attack by people who want to entice you to do things that you should not do, or share with you information you just as soon not see. Then I went to Austin, where I met with my former colleague on the Texas Supreme Court, Nathan Heck, and Travis County District Judge Julie Kosurik. Judge Kosurik was actually a survivor of an assassination attempt. She was a district judge in in Austin, Texas, Travis County, and somebody who was a defendant, a criminal defendant on her docket, decided he wanted to assassinate her. But we met with her, and as well as other local leaders in a roundtable, to try to figure out what we can do to try to keep our judges, our court personnel, and the public that needs to have access to our courts, how we can keep them safe. And this includes my Countering Threats and Attacks on Our Judges Act, which passed the Senate in June and would establish a state judicial threat intelligence and resource center to provide technical assistance, training, and threat monitoring for state and local judges and court personnel. We all know the federal government only handles a small fraction of what the judicial branch handles, and most of that is handled by the judiciary at the state level. So it's really important to provide best practices and resources to our judges and court personnel and the public that needs to have access to courts and access to justice around our country. I was then glad to join our good friend, Senator John Boozman from Arkansas, who was the ranking member of the Senate Agriculture Committee, in the Rio Grande Valley. That's the southernmost tip in the middle of Texas. and it's one of the most prolific regions for agriculture in our state. But we heard from farmers and ranchers about the importance of passing a timely and strong farm bill. And in particularly, we heard about the challenges they face because Mexico continues to withhold water that it owes the United States under a 1944 water treaty. Then in Round Rock, just outside of Austin, I visited with business leaders and community members on economic issues important to Central Texas, including the looming deadline to fund the federal government. Then I had a chance to travel to Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. Parkland Hospital is famous because that's where John F. Kennedy was treated after he was shot tragically in Dallas. But it's a huge, huge healthcare enterprise. And I joined healthcare leaders, law enforcement, as well as two mothers who tragically lost their daughters to fentanyl poisoning to discuss the impact of my Fight Illicit Pill Presses Act, which would have a positive impact on our efforts to eradicate this silent killer from our communities. I introduced this bipartisan legislation last month to make it easier for law enforcement to take action against criminal cartels' use of illicit pill presses by requiring that those presses be engraved with serial numbers so that law enforcement can better track them. And while I'm glad the online safety bills and my Countering Threats and Attacks on Judges Act have advanced out of this chamber, there's still a lot of work that Senator Schumer, who sets the schedule in the Senate, has left until the last minute. As I heard from my constituents about some of these events in the state, Texans are rightly concerned about the Senate's inaction on critical priorities like the Farm Bill, like additional legislation to combat the scourge of fentanyl poisoning. Fentanyl actually now is responsible, the leading cause of death for Americans between the age of 18 and 45 years old. And then they're also worried about whether the government's going to remain open and be appropriately funded. And they understand the impact of short-term funding bills and its negative impact on our military and our national security. So that's why I don't understand why Senator Schumer continues to waste our time on show votes and ignoring predictable deadlines that lead to inevitable drama about a potential shutdown when none of that is necessary. So I hope Senator Schumer will take advantage of the next 10 days that remain this month to do something about, rather than just kick the can down the road once again. And I yield to my colleague from Missouri.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I get into my remarks, I'd just like to say a few words on this 23rd anniversary of the September 11th attacks. 23 years ago, America and the world changed forever. We will never forget those who lost their lives, including the first responders who rushed into danger that day to save many lives in a time when first responders are running into buildings and people are running out. We appreciate their sacrifice and their service, and may God bless and continue to bless this beautiful nation and all that she stands for now and forever. This August, I made a point to meet with and hear from Missourians across the state. These conversations are always valuable in my work here in Washington and certainly influence the decisions and the votes cast right here on this Senate floor. I was proud to host a roundtable with industry leaders in geospatial technologies and unveil my plan to attract more talent to St. Louis and transform the Gateway City into the defense tech capital of the United States. Our roundtable included representatives from a wide array of companies, universities, geospatial agencies, among them NGA, TGI, Scale AI, and many others. Geospatial technologies are critical to so many different industries, both civilian and military. Their application to defense technologies and GPS mapping cannot be overstated. St. Louis is already home to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is building a new campus and working to revitalize North St. Louis. Private investment through the Taylor Geospatial Institute and other private and public geospatial and artificial intelligence assets. There's no reason St. Louis can't become the defense tech hub of our country, and that's why I'm working to continue accomplishing that exact goal. I was in Jefferson City to hear directly from advocates of those living with disabilities, stakeholders, including the Missouri Developmental Disabilities Council, the Special Olympics Missouri, and many other groups and individuals on how we as lawmakers can better advocate for those with disabilities here in Washington. This community has played an important role in my life over the years. I ran for office to help people like my son Stephen, who has special needs. I earned political office to improve the lives of Missourians and our state, and that especially includes our most vulnerable citizens, whom I'll never stop fighting for here in the United States Senate. I also visited and toured Rankin Jordan Pediatric Bridge Hospital and their state-of-the-art facility, discussing all the advancements they are making in care services for children in the broader St. Louis community. This incredible facility is accomplishing great things for children and their families as they make the transition from the hospital to their homes. I also spoke with the Sustainable Ozarks Partnership in Waynesville, Missouri, on the incredible work they do at Fort Leonard Wood and the surrounding community, and not just for Missouri in that regard, but for our country. Home to over 5,000 active military members, many of whom collectively train nearly 80,000 service members and civilians each year, Fort Leonard Wood is a proud military community that is absolutely vital to our nation's military training, architecture, and our national security. It's because of these brave warriors that we remain a bright, shining beacon to the world of freedom, and we can live and thrive in the greatest country there ever was. In places like Fort Leonard Wood, which have served as a critical role in training the next generation of American soldiers as they confront newer threats and never-ending threats abroad, among those, the Chinese Communist Party, North Korea, and Iran. Because without strong leadership here at home, these hostile regimes will continue to undermine and test America's limits, making all of us less safe. It's incumbent upon those here today that we continue the important work of ensuring that our soldiers have the support and resources necessary to continue keeping America safe. Summer wouldn't be the same without the Missouri State Fair, a great opportunity to meet with and listen to Missourians from across our state. There was truly a lot of fun and food at Sedalia. That's sort of, I get asked that question, what's your favorite thing about the State Fair? It's got to be the food. From the Cattleman's Beef House to the Pork Palace, and everywhere in between that has things like fried Oreos and everything else you can imagine that's fried. We were also proud to host our inaugural Pork Steaks and Policy at the State Fair. Safe to say it was a success. A lot of food was eaten, but more importantly, we had a lot of great conversations, hearing directly from farmers and ranchers across Missouri on how I can continue to advocate for them here in the Senate. Of course, there was also some fun moments from August, including visiting with Coach Eli Drinkwitz, the head football coach at Mizzou, the number 6th ranked Mizzou Tigers, and the campus's new athletic director, Laird Veach, in touring their new facilities. Lastly, I was proud to join a group of bipartisan senators on a congressional delegation to Asia, specifically Japan and South Korea, to better understand how the United States can continue to work with our partners in the Indo-Pacific, particularly as China continues to become an increasing threat to those countries and our country. Meeting with leaders in Japan and South Korea gave us all a frontline view of what's needed in the region and how the United States, and especially Missouri, can continue to be a strong ally in the Indo-Pacific. When I asked Missourians for their vote not even 2 years ago, I promised that I would fight for them. The most important part of my job will always be serving the people of my state. It was great to be back home in August, and I look forward to taking those conversations I had with Missourians and addressing their concerns right here in Washington. Thank you, Madam President. I yield back.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 780, Mary Kay Lanthier of Vermont, to be United States District Judge for the District of Vermont, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Mary Kay Lanthier of Vermont to be United States District Judge for the District of Vermont shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Okay. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune,
Mr. Kramer, no.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Cantwell, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, King, Reed, Rosen, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. I got you. Thanks. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Carper. Aye. Ms. Warren. Aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Hassan. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. McConnell? No. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Booker, aye.
Have all senators voted? Does any senator wish to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 55, the nays are 42, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The judiciary, Mary Kay Lanthier of Vermont to be United States District Judge for the District of Vermont.
Madam President.
The Democratic whip.
Madam President, I rise today to discuss. Thank you. Madam President, I rise today to discuss the confirmation of 4 pending U.S. Attorney nominations. Currently in the United States, we have 85 U.S. attorneys. There's several in my state, and depending on your population, it really indicates how many numbers you have. Those U.S. attorney nominations are filled by the incumbent President of the United States. Recommendations are made to the United States Senate, and we advise and consent on those nominations. And after an examination of their background, we vote these individuals to become U.S. attorneys. Now, we have an agreement that has endured for a number of presidents and a number of years, which says that these will be fairly routine, in fact, very routine. The fact is that each one of the U.S. attorney nominations goes through a review by the Senate Judiciary Committee, both Democrats and Republicans, and if they pass that review without controversy, they move to the floor for a vote. To give you an idea how that works, so the members on the other side who are relatively new to the Senate, when President Donald Trump made nominations of U.S. attorneys, he made 85 nominations. Each one of those nominations came to the floor of the United States Senate, and they were approved by voice vote, unanimous consent. In other words, not even a roll call was required. It was a routine approval of a U.S. attorney's nomination in a situation where a body like the Senate would have a majority of Democrats but approve a nomination from a Republican president by voice vote. No controversy. Moving forward. Why is it important to even fill these vacancies? Because these 85 U.S. attorneys are literally the people who implement the policies of the Department of Justice. If the Department of Justice of the United States decides that we're going to have a serious effort under a president to go after fentanyl, for example, or narcotics, for example, or some crime wave in another area, it's the U.S. attorney who runs the play. He's the quarterback in that U.S. attorney district. So these turn out to be fairly critical. Some of us stayed up late last night to watch a debate. And in that debate, there was discussion of crime in the United States and what we're going to do to stop it. Well, all the candidates, regardless of party, would be in favor of reducing crime. I'm assuming that every one of my colleagues who's on the floor now and wishes to speak would put themselves in the same category. We want to stop crime in our states and in our country, and we rely on the Department of Justice to do that. The one who leads the effort in each and every state is the U.S. Attorney. And in this circumstance, we have 4 nominees for U.S. Attorney who have been waiting patiently for the approval of the United States Senate. On seven previous occasions, I have requested unanimous consent, the same process that was followed with every single one of Donald Trump's U.S. attorneys. I've requested unanimous consent for the Senate to take up and confirm law enforcement nominees nominated by President Joseph Biden. Each and every time, the junior senator from Ohio, now running for Vice President of the United States, has objected. I asked him in many occasions when we came to the floor and raised this question, what objection do you have to this U.S. Attorney nominee? He said over the time, I don't have any objection to this nominee. I object to the Department of Justice, and I want to stop U.S. attorneys from being appointed nationwide. Communities across America desperately need their top federal prosecutors in place. U.S. attorneys lead the nation's effort to prosecute violent criminals and protect our communities from violent crime, child exploitation, terrorism, and much more. The U.S. Attorney's Office and 4 districts I'm talking about today are no exception. I just left a meeting this morning. We gathered about 40 or 50 leaders from across the United States to talk about child trafficking. Child trafficking, of course, is a federal crime prosecuted by the Department of Justice in each and every one of our states where it happens. I can't think of a more awful situation for a person to live through as those this morning who talked about what they lived through before the prosecution took place and the person was removed from the state. I would not want to play political games with those nominations. Those U.S. attorneys do critical work in each and every state. We felt that way under President Trump, and that's why we allowed his U.S. attorney nominees to move forward by voice vote, and I think President Biden is entitled to the same treatment. The entire nation has been impacted by the opioid epidemic. Ohio is one of the states that's been hit the hardest. In 2023, nearly 4,500 Ohio residents died from an accidental drug overdose. That story can be told over and over in state after state. The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio could focus her attention on combating this drug crisis with the DEA's Operation Overdrive. This operation, set up in a location in Toledo, is due to the city's copious violent crimes, including homicides, shootings, assaults, and drug overdoses. We are talking about serious prosecutions and a team of effective professionals to fight them, not just in Ohio and Illinois, but around the nation. Instead, this nomination, one of them today, which I'm suggesting, the nomination of Rebecca Lutzko, has languished for more than a year because of the objection of the junior senator from Ohio. It may have helped that senator to make that decision for some other reason, but it certainly doesn't help fighting crime in his home state to have a vacancy in this office. He's harming Americans and undermining public safety across the country for reasons I can't explain. The Senate has a long history of confirming U.S. attorney nominees, as I said. We've done it by unanimous consent. We've made it fairly routine, as it should be. All 85 of President Donald Trump's nominees for U.S. attorney were filled by unanimous consent. The Senate has a long history of following that practice. Before President Biden took office, the last time the Senate required a roll call on a U.S. attorney was 1975. 49 years ago. You have to go back 49 years to find an objection to U.S. attorney nominee. At the beginning of a new presidential administration, it's customary for the U.S. attorney to step down and for the new president to select replacements. That's why during the Trump administration, we moved so many so quickly. Senate Democrats allowed every single one of President Trump's nominees to be confirmed by unanimous consent, many of whom we would not personally have selected, but it's just a courtesy to a new president to fill the vacancies. It wouldn't have been fair or realistic to force the Senate to debate and vote on every single one of these nominees. Each one of these votes is a process which eats up several days of the calendar. We already do that for nominations for the federal bench. It would not have been fair or realistic to expect it for U.S. attorneys. So we respected the then president, we respected our colleagues, and we respected the need for the Senate to have confirmed leadership in the U.S. Attorney's Office. We put public safety and the needs of law enforcement ahead of politics. We've done it always when it came to U.S. attorneys until now. The senator from Indiana and some of his colleagues have set an unfortunate standard. They are putting us on a path to require cloture and confirmation votes on every U.S. attorney nominee. We talk about a waste of time. That would be a terrible waste of time. This is entirely unsustainable, which is something everyone here knows. Without Senate-confirmed leadership of U.S. attorneys, public safety will suffer across the United States. Candidates cannot vote to delay these nominations and then stand up that they're for law and order and they want to fight crime. We shouldn't be playing politics. I don't know the reason behind this. I believe it's entirely political, but I hope my colleagues will think twice about it. What we do to one another will likely be revisited and become a precedent in the Senate to the detriment of everyone. These highly qualified nominees that I'm nominating today, the four of them, have the strong support of their home state senators, including several members of the Republican caucus. And if President Biden has been accused of misuse of the Justice Department, we shouldn't take that out on these individuals who are competent and qualified to keep us safe. Until we confirm them, law enforcement agencies in Iowa, Massachusetts, and Ohio will be stymied in their ability to fight crime. Don't be given a speech that says, I want to have a real assault on crime in my state or my district, and then turn around and stop the prosecutor from being appointed who has that job. Otherwise, there'll be a temporary appointment, and the effort cannot be as effective as it might be. That is a loss to the nation and increases the danger of the people living in that particular state. And so, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations en bloc: calendar number 544, 545, 604, and 605. Those are the nominations of Matthew Gannon to serve as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Iowa, Rebecca Lutzko to serve as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio, Joshua Levy to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, and David Waterman to serve as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Iowa. That the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and let Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The junior senator from Tennessee.
Reserving the right to object. These are Biden-Harris Department of Justice nominees. What's the Biden-Harris Department of Justice focused on right now? Multiple prosecutions of former President Donald J. Trump. Never before in history has a major American presidential candidate been criminally charged, much less by his campaign opponent's Department of Justice. Yet, in the middle of this presidential election, the Biden-Harris Justice Department has brought two different prosecutions against their presidential election opponent. Other Democrat prosecutors have brought 3 other sets of charges. These cases have been timed to peak during the election. So right now, President Biden's election opponent is on trial in 5 separate jurisdictions, all by partisan Democrat prosecutors, all on different charges, and all peaking right in the middle of this presidential campaign. This begs a simple question. Is this coordinated election interference, or is this merely a coincidence? It's beyond credulity that these charges would have been brought against anyone but President Trump, especially 5 different prosecutions, all brought during the presidential election. The contortions of fact and law underlying these prosecutions testify to that.
So do the political campaign promises and presidential commands behind the prosecutions underscore this? Of course they do. The New York Times reported in April of 2022 that President Biden told advisors that he wanted his Justice Department to prosecute President Trump. Shortly thereafter, his Justice Department dutifully appointed Jack Smith to prosecute President Trump. When Alvin Bragg ran for district attorney, he campaigned on getting Trump. He did just that, using a made-up, never-before-pursued theory. When Letitia James ran for New York Attorney General, she said that her entire campaign was about getting President Trump. Even Democrat Representative Dan Goldman called it, quote, an individualized political vendetta. 5 years later, in the middle of the campaign, she brought a baseless case for a $454 million fine. Unheard of. This is a case of show me the man, and I'll show you the crime. It's also blatant election interference. It's outrageous to many Americans. It violates our basic principles of blind justice and the rule of law. And I'm not going to consent to the expeditious confirmation of any more Biden Department of Justice nominees until the American people get a chance to reject this politicized administration of justice. And I'll say this. If these nominees were truly important to Senate Democrats, they would schedule votes on them. Senate Democrats held me for 30 hours of cloture when I came through this process. They're not doing the same here. Therefore, I object. I'd like to reserve the right to object. And I want to withhold my objection to allow the junior senator from Missouri to be recognized.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I get started on this, I thank my colleague from Tennessee. I also want to note to my friend from Illinois that we're not doing anything else on this floor. We're certainly not moving an appropriations process. We could be doing appropriations bills in September. But Chuck Schumer doesn't want to do any of that. So all we're doing is nominations. If you feel so strongly about these individuals, go through the process. And also, it's curious to mention precedent being raised here in this. I, in my first term here in the Senate, just witnessed for the first time in American history, first time ever, in articles of impeachment came over to this chamber and we didn't have a trial. So forgive me if I don't want to be lectured about precedents. There's a process to get this done. We'll never have an opportunity to have a trial on Mayorkas like we should have had. But I digress. My objection here today is not specific to the qualifications of the individuals who've been nominated. My objection instead is to the fact that we live in a time right now, and as a lawyer, this is deeply saddening, where the Department of Justice and other government agencies are being politicized and weaponized. And this is angering the American people, and it should. American history has no shortage of important moments marked by statesmen making difficult decisions, which balance the outrages of the moment with the long-term stability of our republic. Throughout this last year, many of us have denounced here the weaponization of Joe Biden, the weaponization of the Justice Department by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. What many in the political establishment don't care to acknowledge is that this is resonating even more with American working folks who believe that there's a two-tiered system of justice in our country, and it's being unlawfully applied. From Hillary Clinton's mishandling of classified information to President Joe Biden doing the same, the American public have watched certain people be immune from consequences for their actions. Biden and Harris are attempting to throw their political opponent, Donald Trump, in jail for the rest of his life. It's wrong. They're trying to interfere with this election, and that's why we stand here on the floor today. So, if you're not part of the exclusive club, or if you dare to fight back against its monopoly on power, you're held to a different standard. Those brave enough to fight this system are not only expected to play by the rules, but also subject to capricious, legal, and inconsistent lawfare. Banana Republic stuff. If this were happening in another country, our State Department would be warning us about it. It's happening right here under our noses. These political attacks undermine the American people's faith in their government. a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We all are one people, but we must only have one standard of which we are judged in our courts. We must immediately halt our creep towards tyranny. So, until the Justice Department resumes its focus on applying equal justice under the law, instead of engaging in partisan lawfare against President Trump, I'll join my colleagues here today. I withhold my objection, Madam President, to allow the senior senator from Alabama to speak.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Alabama.
Madam President, reserving the right to object, I rise today to join my colleagues in objecting to the fast-tracking of Biden-Harris's U.S. attorney nominations. This is a commitment we publicly made in June because of President Biden and Harris's unprecedented attacks on Donald Trump. It didn't have to be this way. But the Biden-Harris administration chose to target its political opponent in an election year. This is the direct result of the weaponization of a justice system they created. This administration has shown time and time again it's willing to do whatever it takes to maintain power. Whether it's lawfare against President Trump or allowing illegals to vote in elections, this administration is hell-bent on election interference. If we don't return to the principles of our Constitution, we will be no better than Venezuela or Communist China. As long as this administration remains weaponized against the will of the American people, my answer is no. This is why I'm objecting to unanimous consent of these U.S. attorney nominees today. It is my intent to attach these nominees, not to attack these nominees individually. Rather, it is my intent to use my right as a senator to restore the faith and rule of law in the United States of America. It won't end well if we continue down this path. I, for one, will never stop fighting against this weaponization of the federal government. I don't care who it is. By continuing to stand up for the rights, I believe Americans' faith in our institutions will be restored. Madam President, I withhold my objection to allow the junior senator from Tennessee to be recognized.
Reserving the right to object, Madam Chair.
Junior senator from Tennessee.
Reserving the right to object, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues from Missouri, from Alabama, my colleague from Ohio who's led this effort. And for the reasons I stated earlier, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
The Democratic whip.
Did you hear that? The Department of Justice is too partisan. The Department of Justice is too partisan. It's interesting to note that two of the prosecutions of Donald Trump are not even starting at the Department of Justice. They come from state prosecutions in the states of Georgia and New York, not Washington. So these nominees for U.S. attorney are being held up because of decisions made by some other prosecutor in another state. Apparently that's the case in this situation. And I just have to say that at least in one of these prosecutions in New York, they have been successful in bringing a case against former president and convicting him of felony counts, 34 if I'm not mistaken. So there is some merit to it that goes beyond any question of intrigue in Washington, D.C. Let me also add that as far as I can tell, this Department of Justice has tried to take a reasonable position to avoid conflicts of interest. In this circumstance, we have a special attorney who is appointed to prosecute the president's own son. The president's own son. This Department of Justice, which is being accused of being partisan in this situation. There's no precedent for that in history. And it's a clear effort by the Biden administration to deal fairly with a painful situation personally. Well, you look at this and you say, well, what point have my colleagues made today? They've made the point that in these 4 places in the United States, Iowa on 2 occasions, Massachusetts, and in Ohio, that the competent professionals for prosecution will not be filled, these competent positions will not be filled with individuals who they admitted on the floor they have no objection to. What is the net result of this? It means that crimes that are being committed or alleged to be being committed in these states are not going to be prosecuted as aggressively as they should. Don't give me a speech about wanting law and order and safety in the community and then turn around and say, to make a political point, we're going to stop sending prosecutors to these areas. It's inconsistent. It doesn't follow, and it's unfortunate. I'm sorry for these 4 individuals who are worthy candidates to be U.S. attorneys that this happened today. It's happened before, and it's a sad day if this is going to be a new precedent, that any president coming in a new term is going to face this kind of an obstacle course for the routine appointment of individuals to enforce the law across the United States. We will not be a safer nation because of this political strategy. I yield the floor.
The junior senator from Tennessee.
The senator from Illinois would allow, I would just like to respond to 2 points regarding the politicization of the Justice Department. One of them is the fact that Mr. Colangelo from the Department of Justice was moved to the state of New York to undertake subsequent state-level prosecutions. That's certainly deep involvement by this Department of Justice in the state-level prosecutions that is taking place here. The other is the reference to the son of the sitting president in his prosecution. I'll point out that this Department of Justice allowed and made certain that the statute of limitations on far more serious charges expired. That is politicization in the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
We are not in a quorum call.
Thank you, Madam President. As all of us know, and the nation today commemorates, 23 years ago, we experienced the unthinkable. Our nation went through unspeakable, massive terrorist attack on our own soil for the first time in our history. The attacks on September 11th reshaped the world as we know it even today and changed our country to its core. Nearly 3,000 innocent lives were lost and countless more were forever impacted as families and loved ones carry their memory. Thousands survived the attacks, but they were forever changed as well, physically, emotionally, and in many other ways. No matter how many years go by, the survivors and victims of the September 11th attacks and their families will always be in our hearts, and many of them live in Connecticut, and we remember them and their loved ones today. As all of us know, this unimaginable loss shook our nation to its core, and now, more than 2 decades later, we remain committed to honor the survivors and the fallen. We remember the people we lost, but we should also remember the survivors, the loved ones of the fallen, the first responders who continue to bear the wounds of that day and the successive days, the veterans who bear the visible and invisible wounds of war, because the ripple effects of that attack on September 11th continue to haunt us, and we should remember not just the horror of that day, but also the heroism, because in the days and weeks afterward, as well as on that day, that heroism helped to bring us together as a nation as never before since. We were as one in those days, and all of us have memories, especially in Connecticut and other states impacted directly in our losses, the vigils, the conversations, and the acts of kindness and generosity, most of them totally unrecorded, and many of them now perhaps unremembered. But in remembering the great heroes whom we lost, in their honor, we should also remember the loved ones who survived them. That is the reason that we have the Victims' Compensation Fund, and that is the reason that we are fighting for justice for them, so that their rights are vindicated, whether it's in court or through diplomatic channels. They deserve justice against all who were complicit in the unspeakable, horrific acts of that day. All who supported them and who enabled them. And that is the reason why in Congress I have helped to lead efforts to keep the courthouse doors open to their legal action, along with a bipartisan group that in fact overrode the veto of a president on JASTA. So justice for the loved ones. And the wounds of that day will never completely heal because we suffered losses that we will never forget. Our friends who lost lives. In Connecticut, we gather every year in one of our most beautiful parks, Sherwood Island in Westport, where there is a memorial. Every year, many of those loved ones come for a ceremony that is both solemn and exquisitely beautiful. And every year we lay flowers at that memorial as part of our remembering. But we also know that on that day, first responders rushed toward danger. They ran into burning buildings. And many of the firemen and police from Connecticut spent weeks breathing in toxic chemicals from burning jet fuel and concrete filled with asbestos that has led thousands of them to develop chronic medical conditions that require ongoing medical treatment and consistent monitoring for delayed onset of illnesses such as cancer. And that is why in 2010, Congress created the World Trade Center Health Program to provide health care services with no out-of-pocket costs, none, to those directly impacted. This program treats first responders and survivors for many chronic illnesses and respiratory diseases, including asthma, sinusitis, obstructive pulmonary disease, other kinds of health issues directly associated with the 9/11 attacks that continue to grow and evolve. Over the years, there have been efforts to cut funding for this crucial program. To be clear, let us resolve on this day that defunding the World Trade Center Health Program would be an unforgivable betrayal of the thousands of individuals who risked their lives in the 9/11 attacks. I will continue fighting against any attempt to strip even one first responder or survivor of the health care they deserve. In Connecticut, as of June 2024, 1,365 individuals were enrolled in this program. They deserve that we continue this support. And that is also why I'm proud to join my colleagues in introducing the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. It ensures that the World Trade Center Health Program receives permanent and mandatory funding while updating the outdated funding formula to prevent a shortfall that would put survivors and first responders at risk of losing access to health care. We cannot afford, in terms of conscience and conviction, this betrayal of our solemn obligation to those first responders and their families. And likewise to veterans, thousands of them who now bear the invisible wounds of war, from PTS to the cancer or hypertension or other kinds of medical conditions resulting from their exposure to the poisons and toxic chemicals in burn pits and elsewhere during their fight for our nation in Iraq and Afghanistan. We need to keep faith with them. The PACT Act should be fully funded, robustly supported by Congress, and never abandoned. I will continue to fight to support the PACT Act, but also to support outreach so that more veterans are aware of these benefits and the care that is offered by the Veterans Administration, the screening that can help save them from diseases that will be less severe if they are stopped earlier. Again, cancer is one of the great enemies. So we vow again today never forget. Those two words are probably repeated on this day, year after year, more often than any other time. Never forget. But never forgetting is more than just words. It is a commitment to honor the memories of the fallen with action. The fallen on 9/11, the fallen who died afterward from diseases that resulted from 9/11, the fallen among our veterans who gave their lives or now suffer medical conditions resulting from their service. We will never forget, in action as well as in words, in deed as well as in rhetoric. That has to be the promise that we keep today. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, this morning I stood at Ground Zero in New York, joining President Biden, Vice President Harris, New York leaders, and thousands of New Yorkers to mark the 23rd anniversary of 9/11. So many of those who lost loved ones were there, remembering. It's been 23 years. Now, every day, I wear this flag pin in my lapel as a reminder of our sacred promise to never forget. Today, the pin is a little heavier. I called the day after 9/11, 9/12, I called on Americans to wear the flag, to display it out their windows or wear it on their clothing as a show of solidarity and a show of our anguish over so many who were lost and at that time missing. I've worn the flag every day since, because I never forget. I knew people who were lost, a guy I played basketball with in high school, a businessman who helped me on the way up, a firefighter. I went around the city with him, urging people to donate blood. And so, it's a tough day. It's been 23 years since 9/11, but I remember it like yesterday. The smell of the pile, the images of destruction that New Yorkers had never seen before. I remember the chilling and otherworldly images of people lining up on the sidewalks, hundreds of them, with pictures, because no one knew who was dead and who wasn't. Unfortunately, very few survived. But the pictures, have you seen my daughter, Mary? Have you seen my brother, John? I'll never forget. And I had some of those pictures donated to the 9/11 Museum. I remember people I knew, as I said, who died in the attack. But I also remember the heroism. First responders disregarding their own safety and running towards danger to save others. I remember New Yorkers going out of their way to help each other. Complete strangers joining to pray together, grieve together, and work together to rebuild and heal. Many ran down those stairs to escape the conflagration in the towers and left their shoes behind. And right a block away was a guy with a shoe store just handing out shoes to people. It's the kind of people New Yorkers are and Americans are. 23 years later, our sacred obligation to care for the survivors and their families continues. In the last 2 years, I've secured nearly $1.7 billion in funding for the World Trade Health Center program, which helps first responders and survivors treat cancers and respiratory sicknesses and mental health and more. I thank Senator Gillibrand, who's been a great partner on this, and the New York delegation in the House, bipartisan. Earlier this year, we introduced legislation to make funding for this program permanent, so that our 9/11 heroes and families don't have to keep coming down to Washington to ask and advocate for the care they deserve. And the last Congress, I was proud to work with my colleagues to pass the Fairness for 9/11 Families Act, which finally compensated those who were wrongly left out of the victims of state-sponsored terrorism funding. That is what never forget means. It's not a passive promise. It's an active commitment to work every day to ensure the survivors of those terrible days are provided for. It's a prayer that America may find the strength and grace to always endure, to always weather the storm, to always come back from adversity stronger and more united in reform, and to never turn on each other, but to be unified in our strength and our camaraderie. Now on the CR. A few hours ago, Speaker Johnson announced that he delayed a vote scheduled for today on his partisan, insufficient, and deeply flawed CR proposal. Frankly, no one should be surprised that Speaker Johnson's having trouble with his bill. It's not a serious effort at keeping the government open. It's a political document, not a substantive one. The Speaker's proposal suffers from many fatal flaws. Above all, it omits and shortchanges so many critical programs that Americans rely on every day. For one, the Speaker's proposal underfunds the Department of Veterans Affairs by $12 billion. That means that veterans exposed to burn pits and who develop cancers and other diseases would struggle to get the care they need. The Speaker's proposal would also be a disaster for our armed forces. You can't run a military with a 6-month funding patch. The Secretary of Defense warned that it would hurt defense readiness, hamstring recruitment, risk crucial investments in our defense industrial base, and delay repairs and weapon modernization. Again, you can't run a military at a 6-month patch at a time. They have to have contracts. They have to do research. They have to do planning. The Speaker's proposal is also a non-starter for border security and immigration and law enforcement. His bill would effectively end a crucial law enforcement effort to stop drug smuggling, cartels, and money laundering. It fails to extend funding for E-Verify, H-2B visas, and programs that stop drugs like fentanyl. All this from a Republican proposal, the party that supposedly loves to talk about border security, but talk is all it is if you take this stuff out of the bill. And of course, if you're one of the tens of millions of Americans who rely on Social Security or disability benefits, watch out. The Speaker's proposal contains no additional funding for the Social Security Administration's operating budget, which would lead to delayed benefits, understaffed or closed field offices, and longer wait times for applications. The Speaker's CR fails on health care. It would endanger federal funding for telehealth services, which is one of the most important ways rural Americans get access to the care they need. The CR also fails to extend funding for community health centers, which is often the only resource for millions of Americans who live in poverty or near poverty, but fall in the gray zone right above the Medicaid line. And with the community health centers, they get good health care. Those would be gone. And the Speaker's plan to do anything on the Farm Bill, which, if it expires, would send farmers over the dairy cliff in December, risking closure of farms and sending the costs of products like milk and cheese through the roof. So it would cost the average consumer. Now, we all know the end game here for the hard right. A 6-month stopgap measure means we'd have a funding fight all over again in March, at the beginning of a new administration. It's pretty transparent that the hard right wants to delay this fight until then, in hopes of being able to pass the bulk of Donald Trump's Project 2025 agenda. And we all know what 2025 is about. The hard right wants to turn our country inside out and institute the most conservative agenda America has seen in modern history. Project 2025 would mean the end of the Department of Education. It would eliminate Head Start programs, which help millions of kids in poverty get a good start in their education. It would wipe out funding that helps kids get free and reduced lunch at school. It would send the cost of child care shooting up, leaving parents exasperated, making it harder for them to make a living. Project 2025 would also betray our veterans. It would lead to cuts to disability benefits by shrinking medical conditions that qualify. It would revive a Trump-era commission that would defund VA hospitals, including the only VA hospital on Long Island, the Northport VA. How cruel can you get? How in the world can you think this is an okay thing to do to the brave Americans who wore the uniform? Project 2025 would lay the groundwork for the nightmare scenario of a national abortion ban. It would effectively clear the way for states to monitor women's pregnancies and threaten federal health funding if they don't comply. Madam President, this is all outlandishly sinister, yet it's precisely what the hard right is promising the American people if Donald Trump returns to office. And make no mistake, there's no better opportunity for Republicans to ram these cruel policies down American throats than a government funding fight early next March. A 6-month CR, particularly one that fails to fund important programs, some of which I've outlined a few minutes ago, is therefore not the answer for avoiding a shutdown later this month. Speaker Johnson ought not bother with merely delaying his vote. He should scrap it, scrap his plan and start over. Speaker Johnson, scrap your plan. Don't just delay the vote. Find a better one that can pass in a bipartisan way. Leader Jeffries, the President, and I will gladly and readily work with the Speaker to keep the government open, just as we worked with him earlier this year on funding levels that honored our agreement from the debt ceiling debate. I hope, I pray, Speaker Johnson will soon acknowledge the inevitable. We need a bipartisan plan to keep the government open. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Senator from Vermont,
I'd ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
Madam President, I've come to the Senate floor time and again and said to my colleagues that disaster relief funding is absolutely urgently needed. Today, the future of government funding is imperiled right now in the House, and the future of disaster funding is still unknown in the Senate. And let me be clear, there are families across America, in Vermont, and in communities impacted by natural disasters all across our country that need us to help, and they can't recover without us. FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund is running out of money, forcing FEMA to function on what is essentially reserve funding. This is no fault of FEMA's. It's all a result of the catastrophic weather events that have been occurring rapidly, frequently throughout our country and in Vermont. This past year and a half has brought brutal floods in Vermont and terrible fires, hurricanes, and tornadoes across our country. Louisiana right now is bracing for the worst as Hurricane Francine moves on shore. And our prayers in Vermont are with the people of Louisiana. We know their heartbreak and their pain right now. These communities, and it's especially the case with rural communities, cannot weather these storms alone. Some of those that are hardest hit are being financially destroyed. It's a function of the effects of climate change. And those communities don't have the resources to dig out, make repairs, and rebuild in the resilient way required for the future. They can't handle a 100-year flood, and many in Vermont have had 2 100-year floods in a year, in some towns even 3 in 12 or 13 months. Madam President, it's very important that disaster aid be flexible. We can't expect our communities, and it's from Vermont to Mississippi to Hawaii, we can't expect them, those that are ravaged by disaster, to fight this fight alone. The entire country has been hammered by climate change and by these weather events. We need, in addition to the supplemental funding for the Disaster Relief Fund for FEMA, we need flexible funding, which is available through the Housing and Urban Development's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. The CDBG DR program is a great example of how aid can be controlled by communities because there's so much more flexibility with that fund. Our Senator Schatz of Hawaii, as chair of our Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development, is leading the push for this funding, and I join him in that effort. Also, Madam President, the experience I've had visiting communities, visiting farms, visiting businesses, and visiting Vermont homeowners immediately following our state's flooding has given me, number one, enormous respect for Administrator Criswell. She was right there after the flood, along with her wonderful FEMA staff, doing everything they could to help communities. But once the immediate event has come and gone, and the repair and recovery has to start, it's going to take oftentimes a year or more for communities to repair bridges, to families to get an answer on whether they do or don't get a buyout, for farms to get what meager relief may be available. And what we've seen is that at that point, the centralization of decision-making authority and responsibility with various FEMA offices located around the country, and the FEMA office in charge of Vermont that has to make these decisions about yes or no on moving forward on a bridge or a buyout, things that are really crucially important to Vermonters, to our local governments, to our homeowners, is in Puerto Rico. And what I've seen is that the energy and the effort and the resources and the talent is at the local level. So if you're on the select board in Lyndonville, you've got the responsibility to your voters to get that bridge fixed. You actually know who the best contractors are. You know how to get it done. But the way it works right now, those decisions about moving forward on a recovery project are made in a distant location. I've talked to many of my colleagues about a similar aftermath of the original event. The immediate aid is provided, but then when you're talking about a contract, you're talking about implementation, the reality is we've got to have, in my view, much more local control, much more local responsibility, and much more local capacity with the resources that are available through FEMA. It means that decisions will be made sooner, the work will be done in a more cost-effective and efficient way. I raise that because I am talking to colleagues who have had similar experiences, some in states that are Republican-led, some Democratic-led. It really doesn't matter. It's about trying to get that authority at the local level so that the local people, whether it's Mississippi or Vermont, have much more authority, responsibility, and capacity to carry out those very, very needed repairs. So that'll be something I will be inviting my colleagues to work with me on. This last summer, I spent a good deal of time, Madam President, traveling to the flooded communities, and there's too many of them in Vermont, to see what has happened to our homes, our small businesses in farms, to roads and bridges that were washed out. And folks across Vermont, in places like Moortown, in Plainfield, in Barre, in Barnet, St. Johnsbury, Peacham, Lyndonville, and Hardwick are all reeling from what has happened. They're pulling together, they're coming back, neighbors are helping neighbors, but it is not going to get done unless we provide the supplemental funding with the disaster relief fund that is essential to the well-being of Vermonters as well as the well-being of folks who've suffered from these catastrophic weather events across the country. Vermont will hang in, but we do need help, and we're ready, as we always have been, to help others. Madam President, thank you, but before I conclude, I'd just like to make a remark about a word of support for the judicial nominee for the Vermont District Federal Court, whose nomination the Senate will be voting on shortly. And we're going to be hearing from my senior senator colleague, Senator Sanders, but I just briefly wanted to add my own acknowledgement of the extraordinary person that Mary Kay Lanthier is. She's got a lifetime commitment to public service. She comes from a very small town. Her dad, in Fairhaven, Vermont, her dad was a roofer, slate, worked in a slate quarry, did slate on roofs. Her mom has been a lifelong head of, she's the postmaster in Fairhaven. And Mary Kay grew up in this small town and has small town values of service, modesty, humility, and she's incredibly accomplished as a person. I believe she will be an excellent judge serving the state of Vermont. With that, I yield.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President?
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I am proud and delighted
I'm sorry, Senator. The Senator's in a quorum call.
urge that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, I am proud and excited to say a few words to urge my colleagues to support Mary Kay Lanthier as the next District Court Judge for the District of Vermont. Ms. Lanthier is a native Vermonter who has spent her entire career in her home state, including working as a public defender in Rutland for 15 years. She grew up in a hard-working Vermont family where the parents emphasized the importance of serving her community. Ms. Lanthier learned that lesson well and has dedicated her career to being a public defender. In that role, she has fought for her clients to have a fair chance at justice in her courtroom, and if she is confirmed, I am confident that she will make sure that all of the people who appear in front of her are treated fairly and get the justice that they are due. Ms. Lanthier began her legal career as a judicial law clerk for the trial courts in Chittenden and Addison counties, where she developed a deep love and dedication for the work taking place in Vermont courtrooms. Early in her career, Ms. Lanthier worked in private practice and public defense, working on family law, workers' compensation, and criminal cases. Since 2007, she has served as the supervising attorney at the Rutland County Public Defender's Office. In that role and throughout her career, she has developed a reputation as a respectful and skilled attorney. Judges have praised her preparation, and opposing lawyers have written letters in support of her nomination. As one of those letters says, quote, "Ms. Lanthier's compassion is a virtue that improved the administration of justice," end of quote. Last November, I was pleased to be joined by Senator Welch with input from Congresswoman Balint in forming a nonpartisan judicial nomination advisory panel to fill this vacancy on the federal bench in Vermont. The panel was impressed by Mary Kay's career in public defense, her stellar reputation in the legal community, and her warmth and empathy. I was also impressed after interviewing her. One thing that struck me was not only her deep love of the law, but her deep love of Rutland, Vermont, where this judgeship is based. For Mary Kay, I know that there is particular pride in doing this very important work in her hometown, and for being a role model for the young people growing up there today about what is possible. Along with Senator Welch, I was pleased to recommend that President Biden nominate her for this position. She will be an excellent district court judge for Rutland and for the state of Vermont. I'm confident that she will treat everyone in her courtroom with the compassion, respect, and dignity that they deserve. I urge my colleagues to support her confirmation.
Madam President. Senator from Minnesota.
Madam President, I rise in support of Laura Provenzino, nomination to serve as the next U.S. District Court Judge of the District of Minnesota. I want to thank Senators Durbin and Graham for working with me, and both of them for supporting her to move her nomination through the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank Leader Schumer for making the time, and Leader McConnell for the Senate to consider her nomination, and also to thank my friend and colleague, Senator Smith, for her work in support of this nomination. We jointly had a committee made up of esteemed members of the bar that made recommendations to the White House. Ms. Provenzino is a distinguished public servant who has served the people of Minnesota as a federal prosecutor. As an assistant U.S. attorney, she has led efforts to prosecute violent crime, human trafficking, child trafficking, and crimes against Native American women. Through her devotion to justice and the rule of law, she has earned the respect and support from attorneys and law enforcement across our state. That is why she received a bipartisan vote in the Judiciary Committee, and why I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support her. Public service runs deep in her family, and her family roots stretch across all corners of our state, from the Iron Range up north to the small rural town of Melrose, where her great-grandparents ran the local paper, to the Twin Cities metro area. Like her father, she was born and raised in St. Cloud, Minnesota. After graduating from St. Cloud Technical High School, she earned her BA at Lewis and Clark College and was a Rhodes Scholar. She then went on to receive her JD at Yale. She then returned home to Minnesota to clerk for Judge Diana Murphy on the 8th Circuit and joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in 2010. As an assistant U.S. attorney, she has prosecuted over 500 cases and has served as the deputy chief of violent and major crimes. Her work has earned the respect and support of law enforcement. The largest police organization in Minnesota wrote in strong support of her confirmation and praised her, quote, exceptional legal skills, unwavering integrity, and commitment to upholding the rule of law. She has also received support from former law enforcement officials who work closely with her. These officers, as case agents, wrote that she is highly respected in the law enforcement community. And 19 former colleagues at the U.S. Attorney's Office, including President Trump's U.S. Attorney, Erica McDonald, have likewise praised her for her sharp legal mind, integrity, professionalism, dedication to service, and devotion to enforcing the law. Given her extensive experience, it's no surprise that she has received commendations and awards from groups such as the Duluth Police Department to Women in Federal Law Enforcement, who honored her with the 2023 Top Prosecutor Award. The U.S. Department of Justice honored her with the David Margolis Award for Exceptional Service. This is the Justice Department's highest recognition for service, and she earned it for her work dismantling a massive international sex trafficking criminal organization that forced hundreds of women to engage in commercial sex across the United States. Her efforts in this case are considered a model for prosecutors across the country and are used to train federal and state law enforcement on how to pursue international sex trafficking and money laundering investigations. Given her leadership on this issue, human trafficking prevention groups have strongly supported her confirmation. Her work goes beyond women and children and her nationally recognized human trafficking work. She has also led the work of our state's U.S. Attorney's Office on the Project Safe Childhood program, which is the Justice Department's effort to combat child sexual exploitation and abuse. And today she serves as one of only 5 missing and murdered Indigenous persons assistant U.S. attorneys nationwide as part of the Justice Department's efforts to prevent the kidnapping, murder, and trafficking of Indigenous people. Her area of responsibility covers 22 states. She is ready to serve on the bench. The ABA served her with her entire, ranked her their highest ranking as well qualified, and I know she will make an outstanding federal district court judge for the District of Minnesota, and I ask my colleagues to support her confirmation. And again, I thank Senator Durbin for his leadership of the committee and all who worked to support her. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Who's opening the vote? The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. All in favor say aye. I'm sorry. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Carding. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins.
My foot slipped off this footrest and it went
Mr. Coons.
I'm too lazy for fancy footwear.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Deans. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Butler, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Padilla, Sanders, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Lankford, Lee, and McConnell. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Miss Cinema, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Fisher, no.
The yeas are 55, the nays are 42, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 781, Laura Marguerite Provenzino of Minnesota to be United States District Judge for the District of Minnesota, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Laura Marguerite Provenzino of Minnesota to be United States District Judge for the District of Minnesota shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Got it. Gotcha. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. I got you. Thanks. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Booker. Was he a yes? He was a yes. Yeah. You're welcome. Boozman. I did. Thank you.
Kramer, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm a yes. It's a bipartisan bill here.
You're yes?
Oh.
Thank you.
Can't get him. Look.
Cornyn. Okay, I'll get him in a second. I got you.
My staff just said he's radical. That's very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
No.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm no.
Mr. McConnell, thank you. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. You're an aye. Gotcha. Cinema. Gillibrand. Daines. Daines. Thank you. I got you. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Okay. Warren. I got you. I got you. Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Brown, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Graham, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Tester, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Ernst, no.
Mr. Cassidy, no.
Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Wyden, aye.
Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Yes. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Braun, no. All right. Mr. Rubio, no.
The yeas are 55, the nays are 39, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Laura Marguerite Provenzino of Minnesota to be United States District Judge for the District of Minnesota.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, 6 years ago, I sent all of my colleagues in the Senate this binder of economic warnings about climate change. Here it is. The warning signs were flashing, so I shared all those different reports. When I assumed the role of Senate Budget Committee Chair, I provided an updated version of that binder to my committee members. As you can see, it had gotten a lot thicker. The warning signs had kept piling up, imploring us to act now before it's too late. And what is happening now? The events warned of are coming to pass. Over 19 Budget Committee hearings, we heard from serious experts about the looming economic, financial, and fiscal risks of climate change. We had economists, actuaries, industry analysts, scientists, healthcare providers, farmers, academics, national security leaders, even some conservative political leaders share the warnings. The witnesses and the topics differed, but the message was the same. Look out. Climate change presents an economic threat, and ignoring it poses severe, even systemic, economic risks. We ignore it at our economic and fiscal peril. Ignoring it is, unfortunately, the path my Republican colleagues have chosen to follow. But ignoring climate change does not stop climate change from hitting our economies, even in red and purple states. The changes are happening in every corner of the country, and day after day, news reports only confirm the warnings. We held hearings on communities facing coastal flooding risk and wildfire risk, and how those risks affect insurance and mortgage markets and ultimately property values. A mortgage issuer looks forward 30 years, the term of the mortgage. And climate-driven sea level rise, extreme precipitation, hurricane damage, and river flooding will add big risks to residential properties over the next 30 years. I'm a Rhode Islander, so the flood risk is close to home, but more than half of all U.S. properties face a wildfire risk, and that is also getting worse with climate change. Insurers are taking notice. When climate-driven losses increase, premiums increase. And when climate-driven losses become too hard to predict, insurers pull out. Insurance becomes not only not affordable, but not even available. Since our hearings, insurance and housing markets in Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and California, states highly exposed to climate-driven hurricane flooding and wildfire risks, are in full crisis. In May last year, State Farm announced it was no longer offering new policies in California. Then in June, Allstate followed suit. That July, Farmers announced it was pulling out of the Florida market entirely. Just last week, Progressive Insurance announced that the company was, quote, temporarily restricting new homeowners business in Texas, after Texas got a double whammy: historic wildfires through February and March, and then Hurricane Beryl flooding in July, knocking out power to nearly 3 million Texans and leading to, I quote, the most tornado warnings issued in the U.S. in a single July day since records began. People sat in flooded homes without air conditioning, in 90-plus degree heat, with mold growing, and Texas politicians still denied climate change. Well, homeowners insurance companies don't deny climate change. Nationally, average homeowners insurance premiums increased 33% between 2020 and 2023. In Florida, already high premiums more than doubled. Average insurance premiums in Florida are now more than $10,000 per year. Average. Over in New Orleans, average premiums are closing on $10,000 per year. In Miami, they average almost $17,000 per year. This is fossil fuel-driven climateflation, and it presents an affordability crunch for American families. Don't just take it from me, take it from Federal Reserve Chairman Powell, who testified that rising insurance premiums have been a significant driver of inflation. He warned that, I quote, "In the longer term, companies are withdrawing from writing insurance in some coastal areas. It's a significant issue," end quote. It even came into the presidential debate last night when Vice President Harris said, "What we know about climate change is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or is being jacked up on insurance rates." There's a cascade effect here. The crisis in coastal homeowners insurance bleeds over into mortgage markets. And when mortgage markets suffer, that affects property values. A cascade that poses what economists call a systemic threat to our economy. If your property can't get insurance, good luck getting a mortgage. Without mortgages, your only buyers are those able to pay cash, and that drives down your property values. The chief economist of Freddie Mac actually warned of a coastal property values crash that would damage the entire economy, systemic damage, just like we saw in the 2008 financial crisis and Great Recession. Florida and parts of Texas are already in that spiral as unsold condominiums pile up in those markets and values fall. We face a national affordable housing challenge, so it's an added piece of bad news from housing nonprofits that the insurance rate squeeze, and I quote, "could threaten to end affordable housing development as we know it." Back to wildfires. New York City saw this orange skyline, a phenomenon San Franciscans got to know all too well in 2020's wildfire season. That's because extreme wildfires have more than doubled over the past 2 decades, with the 6 worst wildfire seasons occurring in the last 7 years. That makes wildfire risk the evil twin of flood risk for insurance, mortgage, and property values. To quote our witness, Benjamin Keyes, a professor of finance at Wharton, "This should be ringing alarm bells for housing markets all over the country." April's Economist magazine, got a bigger version for the folks watching this on the C-SPAN. April's Economist magazine, not exactly a green publication, went Dr. Keyes one better, warning that the whole world should be concerned about climate change putting $25 trillion of global real estate at risk, threatening a global financial meltdown. Cover article. Read it yourself. Insurance, of course, isn't the only cost being driven higher by climateflation. Just go to the grocery store. At one hearing last year, we actually had bipartisan agreement that climate change is damaging crop yields and driving up prices. And those trends continue this year. Just look at breakfast. The price of orange juice is at an all-time high, driven by the lowest harvest in Florida in 90 years, and a 24% decline in yield in Brazil, which supplies about 70% of the world's orange juice. Climateflation. Brazil and Vietnam supply more than half of the world's coffee beans. In both countries, drought drove coffee prices up. Vietnam just reported that its July coffee exports declined nearly 30% year over year. And worse was June, which declined 50% year over year. more climateflation. India and Thailand are the two largest exporters of sugar, behind Brazil. Severe droughts in both of these countries have pushed the global cost of sugar to its highest level since 2011. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. consumers saw the price of sugar and sweets rise by 8.9% in 2023. USDA expects prices to increase another 5.6% this year. And cocoa production is also hit, with April prices up 235% in less than 6 months. Olive oil, a kitchen staple, saw prices jump over 130% due to last year's Mediterranean drought. The International Olive Council expects even less production this year as droughts persist. In Spain, bottles of olive oil are now one of the most shoplifted items. Climate change bodes ill for wine, too. A recent review of more than 200 studies predicts that, and I quote, 70% of current wine-producing regions face a substantial risk of losing their suitability for wine growing if global temperatures increase more than 2 degrees Celsius. That is a danger threshold we are coming closer and closer to, giving new meaning to in vino veritas. When we wonder why grocery prices remain high, look at climate-driven disruptions, climateflation, not just to agriculture, as I've been describing, but also to the supply chains that move those products around. Last October, a witness of ours warned the committee that, and I'm quoting here, the direct impact of extreme weather events can cascade through supply chains, affecting the flow of commodities and goods to regions and sectors, leading to increased costs to businesses and to the broader economy. End quote. More climateflation. And while we were listening to that testimony, a historic drought had reduced Panama Canal vessel traffic to 24 crossings per day. So vessels resorted to the Suez Canal or went around South Africa to avoid the delays of canal travel. And those longer routes came at a higher shipping cost, ultimately passed on to consumers in higher prices. More climateflation. Climate change is even beating up the infrastructure that underpins our supply chains. As a witness told us last year, I quote, physical impacts have been widely observed for everything from extreme heat waves to flood events, compromising roads, tarmacs, pipelines, and rail lines, with direct repair and delay costs being felt throughout the economy. Annual direct damage costs for road and rail impacts alone are estimated to be just under $20 billion a year by 2050. This past July, New York had to close the 3rd Avenue Bridge from the Bronx to Manhattan because 95-degree heat caused the steel to expand. Severe flooding struck Iowa, South Dakota, and Minnesota in June and led to the collapse of a railroad bridge, the near failure of a dam, and the destruction of hundreds of homes. A bridge in Lewiston, Maine recently closed because its pavement started to buckle in high temperatures. One expert told the New York Times that extreme heat and flooding are accelerating the deterioration of bridges, causing them to, quote, fall apart like Tinker Toys. And this will get worse. Extreme temperatures could cause 1 in 4 steel bridges to collapse by 2050. Americans aren't just paying the cost of fossil fuel emissions through climateflation, they're paying it through direct big oil price gouging. The oil and gas market, so-called, is actually controlled by an international cartel. And when OPEC jacks those prices, big oil in the U.S. happily rides along, loading up the biggest corporate profits in history. And that, too, drives inflation. One last thing. Last year, I came to the Senate floor and talked about what was then the hottest June on record, followed by the hottest July on record, followed by the hottest August on record, and then the hottest September on record. Well, this July, the world experienced the hottest day in at least 100,000 years. We've talked a lot about costs, and costs matter. The point of this speech is the economic harms of climate change. But that heat kills. Our hearing on public health warned how climate change acts as a, quote, threat multiplier, with health impacts happening through a variety of mechanisms, including worsening temperature extremes. Shortly after that hearing, Phoenix, Arizona experienced 31 straight days of 110-plus degree temperatures, shattering the previous record. This year, the Phoenix hot streak continued, with temperatures breaking 100 degrees from late May for more than 100 straight days. In Maricopa County, where Phoenix is located, at least 150 people have died from heat, and hundreds more deaths are still under investigation. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that over 1,200 people are killed by extreme heat in the U.S. every year. Heat deaths in 2023 were the highest in 45 years. In just 1 month, July 2023, the death count was near the annual average. 1 month nearly matched the annual average. An estimated 1,130 U.S. residents died of heat. And as work from Brown University and others has shown, that is likely an undercount. In spite of all this danger and its severe fiscal implications, some of my Republican colleagues complain that the Budget Committee is giving climate change too much attention. To them, it is not enough of a risk to our federal budget. Never mind that at least $10 trillion of our national debt stems from economic shocks. Exogenous, they would call it in economics, economic shocks, specifically the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID pandemic. Well, climate change portends the biggest systemic shock of all. That is the lesson of all of these economic reports and studies, the lesson of the cover article from The Economist, the lesson of our testimony in the Budget Committee hearings. For homeowners in Florida, those dangers are already on their doorstep. They are suffering through sea level rise, extreme precipitation that floods homes and cars, intense hurricanes that batter families and communities, and the soaring insurance premiums that result, leading into the cascade from the insurance market to the mortgage market to the property values market that Freddie Mac's chief economist warned about. To all of this, what is Florida Republicans' answer? To try to silence conversation about the climate crisis, to forbid state employees to discuss climate change, even when it's an affordability crisis for their own constituents. There's really no doubt the dangers are growing worse and more widespread. The economic shadow of those dangers is looming. Folks with fiduciary responsibilities told us in the Budget Committee we have to address the dangers. Folks with business responsibilities told us in the Budget Committee how they have to adjust to these new dangers. And I've been telling you for a while now. And I hate to say I told you so, but it's here now. And damn it, I told you so. I yield the floor. All right, Madam President, we are on to the wrap-up.
The senator from Rhode Island.
May I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration of S3764 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S3764, a bill to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2026.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7377, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 7377, an act to amend the Federal Oil and Gas Royalty Management Act of 1982, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions. Senate Resolution 810, Patriot Week. Senate Resolution 811, Appalachia High School.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate with the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, September 12th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Provenzino nomination post-cloture. Further, that notwithstanding Rule 22, all time be considered expired at 11:30 a.m., and upon disposition of the Provenzino nomination, the Senate resume consideration of the Ritz nomination. Further, that the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Ritz nomination at 1:45 p.m. And finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
With no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.